Greetings, fellow geeks and gamers. So today we're going to be doing some art. Today we're going to continue our musicians in the subway piece that we were working on last time. So let's get into it. Oh, let me make sure this is working correctly. Okay. Alright, I gotta do some stuff here. We gotta get this. Sorry, I can't deal with all these layers without labeling them. I have to go through and label these or I'm going to lose my shit over it. Newsstand. Sign. That's nothing? Vanishing point, nothing, vanishing point, instruments, okay. Musicians, I don't need to label this one, actually. Because this one isn't real, this needs to be moved up, and we're working on this one. Okay. Okay, let's see. What's the angle I have here? I have him playing in a quite a bit different way than most people are on this. Oh, I see. No, this does need to be on the layer above. Thank you. Kai's was here. Kai's was here. Thank you for joining the Geek and Gamer Army. Enjoy those free. Hello. Enjoy those free emotes and whatnot. Follower emotes. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Follower emotes, yeah. Feel free to play with those. Those are Maverick, the dog. There we go. Whoop. Okay, let's clean this up a little. We don't want this to be a full-on bowler cat style. How are you doing today, though? I'm just gonna call you Kai. Tell me if that bothers you, but I think Kai is gonna be the easiest way to quickly identify you. Kais. Okay, yeah, I can call you Kais. No, Kais is fine. We can go Kais. That doesn't bother me. I care. I want to make sure people are being referred to in a way that best suits what they prefer to be called. You may not think it's a big deal, but, you know, names are things of power. So, we make sure people have power over who they are here. So I don't even care about this guy. This guy doesn't even exist. Let me just go ahead and delete him, because we're doing this completely different now that we actually have everything mapped out. This guy just doesn't exist. I do need to finish that cello, apparently. There was stuff I didn't realize were from a different layer. What's up, my dude? It is, sure, let's say it's crunchy, why not? What's up is we're continuing the piece we started last week. Okay. We don't do that here. I've done this before. I've done continuity multiple times. Sirrah. Did I make him too tall? No, that's probably fine. Yeah, I made him too tall. That's okay. We just move him. Dear. And we'll just fix the hat once we get him down here. There we go. Kinda ruins everything I did there, but that's okay. It's a quick fix. No worries. I have people in here all the time from Portugal, from South Korea, from France, from... Where are my other interesting spots? Japan. So I have people in here all the time who don't speak English very well, and as long as your message gets across in a way that we can understand what you're trying to say, it's not that big of a deal. Just, you know, don't ever complain that we're speaking English. That's the only rule, really. That's the reason it's listed as English. Nope, let's do that on the correct layer. What's up, Leith? Humble brag? Sure. I like the fact that my audience is multinational. That's something I'll brag about. Not so humbly at that. I'm doing well. How are you? How are you? Okay, so I went... Almost finished with the second. Greetings from Athens. That's awesome. See, I love having people... That's the beautiful thing about Twitch, is we get to interact with people from all over the world. We all get to kind of meet each other on some sort of terms, and this terms, it's for art. Water is a glass drink, not a... Listen, we're all a little autistic in this channel. If you need to drink out of a mug, fuck that guy and drink out of your mug. Meanwhile, I drink my water out of a big-ass fucking bottle. Did I put my language like I normally do? I just realized I may not have my language warning. Let me check. I didn't. Let's make sure I have language listed. Done. Okay, we have our language back up. Our cussing could be a problem. Big ass bottle. Yeah, it's half a gallon, so. Alright, let's skip. No. This needs to be on this layer. Okay. Okay, I need this color? No. I need this back up. Nope, not this. This. So I can get this color. Perfect. Okay, that can disappear again. This. Okay, that can disappear again. Yep. The gray here is the only color that's not on my palette, so I have to grab it here. Oh, my chat. You guys are fine. My chat disappeared for a second. There we go. Drinking orange juice, 3 a.m. Friday night. Crazy city. Buy a gallon water bottle. I love my big water bottle. 813 EST. Yeah, it's 7 here, so yeah. What are you animating, guys? What sort of things are we animating today? I'm always interested in hearing what people are doing, if they're doing some sort of art of their own. Let's go ahead and get this. Whoop. grab the white. This. There we go. Grab this. Yeah, okay, that looks good. Alright, so let's get back to our gray. Hearing God's country. Gotta go Bully Dreams. Okay, go Bully Dreams. Thank you for dropping by and thank you for the lurk. Love that guy. Good friend. Let's do this. Great, and then we can just use the fill tool. Yeah. Yeah, cool. We're doing some artsy fartsy stuff with this one. So I don't want to do the entire hat this way. I just want to create enough of a shape here that whenever we black it out, we can tell where the hat is still. For our cellist. Exploring a new tool, cavalry, free for now. Exploring, so it's in black and white street photography. That's so cool. Feel free at any point, if you finish something and you want to post it, I'm pretty sure I have links allowed. So you should be able to post your links in here of it. And if not, it'll pop up and I can okay it. So if you finish something up and you want to share it with people, because we love sharing art here, that's something we should do. I feel like if you're going to be streaming art, you have to celebrate everyone's art to some level. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. I like it. I do feel like I need to do a little bit of this first. I don't need all of it. I just need the hint of the face shape. Okay, so now let's grab this again. For sure, I'm just letting you know, if you want to at any point feel confident. We love to see people's art. Obviously, I'm no expert. I'm openly sharing with people, so yeah, go ahead. Listen, art is anything that you know, took effort and is either conveying an image or a message or a feeling. And let's be real, Gunpla is freedom. So Gunpla is always sharing some level of freedom and how you express your love for a series. So yeah, by all means, you can post it. I should post some of my Gunpla stuff at some point that I've done. I will say, don't post it if it's someone else's work. Only post it if it's your work, Leith. Because I that's kind of what I want to celebrate is people's work. So like, if that person's in here, that's a different scenario. But if it's just you, I mean, if you're just posting someone else's, please don't. Just post the stuff you've done. And I know you've done some, so feel free to share anything you've done. For an exhibition, I'm still on. What sort of research? Maybe. I might be willing to answer. I do have a Discord. But again, that's like the one I use for streaming. You can message me on here, whisper me on here. I can't promise I'll get to it anytime soon, but I would get to it eventually because I'm streaming for the next at least 4 hours. But I could look at it afterward. What's going on here? Why did my chat get disconnected? Hold on. Sync. What's going on? My chat is disconnected. Are you guys still seeing? Okay, you guys are still seeing your slot. Okay, so what I think is interesting is that above me the chat is working, but my chat I have over on my third monitor, and it stopped working suddenly. My YouTube chat is still pulled up. Not that anyone's chatting on it, but how do I refresh? I tried resyncing it. That didn't work. Quick actions. Overlay. That's not what I'm looking for either. General. Yeah, I know it can be a bit glitchy. Let me close that. Let me see if my bot itself is disconnected. It is. Why? What if I close this, relaunch this? Anyways, you're working on anti-slop. Let me read what this says. I'm working on anti-slop project. I should hope my friends come by to pick up these aluminum so you can get them for the scrap. Gotcha. I'm working on anti-slop project, modern art against AI slop factories kind of project. It's okay to be pro against. Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now, we have a very mixed stance on AI, but we have a very anti-generative AI stance here in this channel. But I don't think AI in its whole is just by default a bad thing. Could anyone please send me, just do a quick message and see if this refreshed properly? I guess I could just type a message. Okay, so that's working. Okay, I can see your guys' messages again. Bonsoir. Very good. I can see it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. All right. So next we're going to work on this drummer. I should probably give him a crash cymbal of some sort as well. So let's go back to the instrument real quick. Grab this color. Alright, so let's fix this. So we want this to be here. Also, yes, again, thank you for typing the message when I requested it. That definitely helps me feel more confident about stuff. Manky. But yeah, you can message me on here about the thing. I can't promise I'll get to it anytime soon. So like in the next couple hours, but I can definitely get it done before the end of the day and go over stuff. Especially if you're just doing like a survey or something about it. I also am gonna have to make drumsticks. Okay, so I want my brown again. Ooh, I'm gonna do one of these motions. So he's gonna be doing the cross stick. So this is gonna be at this angle. Do you post my art somewhere? I post it on my Discord, I post it on my Instagram, and that's about it. I'm not at the point where I'm super sharing my art as part of it. This is still me in the learning phases again, relearning. But I do have an Instagram, and I do occasionally post, like, I'll drop a bunch of pictures all at once onto my Instagram. And then my Discord, I post in there after I do the stream, which is ! Discord. Will pull that up if you want to look at it. We do have a server for that. I don't have that. Hold on. I should put that one. I don't know why that's not a command. In fact, let me get that created real quick. Give me 1 second, and I'll get you. I don't even know what my username is on Instagram. I think it's just It Sleeps in a Day, but I have to look. I do mostly pixel art. Okay. I'm on. Why is Instagram so not optimized for browser? said... Okay, we're on that one. Why is it... There we go. Let's go in here on my streamer bot and make a new command. Is this where I have my other ones? No, it's not. What? Is that on my other? I thought I stopped using my other. Cloudbot, manage, login. It is so bad on browser for sure. Cloudbot, commands. Yeah, this is where I have it. Okay. Well, I'm not putting it there. We're gonna put it here on my streamer bot. We'll just get these. I'll have to move these over to this one soon. Okay, actions. Add. Insta. Even if K. Trigger add. Which. No. Custom. Core. Core is what I want. Core. Commands. Command triggered. Create command. Insta. Oh. Okay. Add. Twitch. Channel. No. Channel? I thought it was under channel. Star follow clip. Chat. Reply. Send message. Find my occasional postings of my art at my Instagram. Boop. Okay. Save. Alright, now that action exists. So, there we go. Yeah, for sure, for sure. But there we go. I don't have a whole lot posted on there, but it exists. So. And I'll be dumping another chunk of them on there soon enough. Alright. Back to what we were doing. Pull these up. There's my chat. Okay, cool. Alright, and where's my reference picture? Oh, yeah. Delete. I also don't need this back here, because that'll just be... So, wait, I said I was going to do that to the left hand, so I'm doing that wrong. So, if I'm doing it cross, that means it's the back of the hand. So I don't even know that I need to do anything special here. We can kind of do one of these shapes. Nope. What? Why is this? What's going on here? Okay, I don't know. That was weird. Alright, whatever. Alright, where's my... Let me get my reference back up. There we go. Alright. Hey. I'm gonna do this. Obviously we're gonna do fill more in around it, but okay. And then we also need more of these spread. So let's see. He's gonna have a similar kind of wide body because we're not trying to make skinny minis. We want some realistic sitting bodies, and even slender people sitting don't look as skinny. Let's get our gray. Right, and then we go back to the black and we fill in this area here. Alright, and then we're going to do a head here. Let's see. Do I just fill this? Yeah, that's fine. hold on. How does this? How do legs here work? Okay. So this. Okay, and we fill in right here. Speaking of legs, oh well, we love to hear that people are taking care of themselves with good exercise. Were you walking for any specific reason, or just enjoying a stroll?
That's high quality H2O.
Give me just a second. Wifey, hello wifey. And for anyone who wants to know, that is my actual wifey, my beautiful, beautiful wifey. Went to IKEA. I've never been to an IKEA. An IKEA is far, fair enough. Cheers. Your girl likes IKEA, fair enough. Like I said, I've never been, but I'm, you know, I'm not like anti or anything. I've just never been. And there's one not too far away from me, but so I walked because I love that. That's beautiful. That's a very good reason. There we go. Alright. So there's our second musician. And the third one, we are going to pretty much follow what I had originally done here. Do I want to move the flute down now that I have kind of these guys in here? Or do I want to just make the drum and drummer bigger? I think I just make the drum and drummer bigger. I think everything else is fine, but they're too small. So let's fix that. Instrument, we need to highlight both of these. I hope this works. Oh, first I need to do this. Okay. And I'm going to move them slightly off of, so that way they're not all on the same plane exactly. We're going to move them slightly up. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. Okay, so once again, we're going to delete this guy. So, Alex, okay. Let me get this where you guys can see it. Instead of working completely off screen there. Yeah, and for this last guy, I think, yeah, I want to kind of keep him in... I want to keep him in line with what he's already doing here. Because I'm kind of loving how sassy he looks. do 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 do. Yeah, so that hand is in front. So this is mostly going to be, this side's going to be mostly blocking it off with some... Yeah. Alright, so let's fill that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's going to give us the correct shape. And then we want to go in here with the gray and create these hard outlines. But they don't have to be the whole length. That's the nice thing about doing this as kind of a shadowy thing, is I get to just kind of create the semblance of shape around it without having to commit to the whole thing. Right? So I love that about what we're doing here. I think it gives me a little bit more... Ah! I don't know where I missed. There we go. Yeah, so there we go. And that gives us a little bit of shape without completely hiding stuff or forcing it to be a shape that we don't want. And then over here, we're going to do a similar thing. I'm going to do this. And then we're going to fill this. There we go. All right, beautiful. All right, so now we have to figure out how this looks. Oh yeah, we'll just do that. I'll need a little bit of gray here in a moment. And I'm going to do pinky up. Get some gray in here. We'll mark this and this. Oh, and this. I want to put a little gray there. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I haven't closed this off. We did that. Fill it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's looking good. We're getting the shapes we want out of this. All right. Did we get our gray here? We did. So I don't have to do that. I do need to dot that. So then we're gonna, again, I'm kind of keeping with the shapes we've already created here because I really like the motion that I had created out of what we already had there. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Nope. Alright, so we can get rid of this one entirely now. There we go. So there's our artsy fartsy shadow musicians. PNG. Okay. Alright. Let's get this posted to the Discord. Where's my art stream marks? There we go. I don't know why I'm in that. That's not where I'm supposed to be. What do I call this? Subway musicians. Little artsy. Oh, that's not how you spell little. Alright, that's now uploaded. Oh, wait. Delete. Remove attachment. Delete message. Let's fix this. I posted the wrong thing. There we go. Little artsy piece. Alright, so it took us an hour to wrap that up from what we already had before. I'm okay with that. That doesn't make me upset. Okay, and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna pull in our what am I trying to say? Palette. We're gonna pull in our palette again. Where is... there it is. Insert as reference image. So this is the palette we're gonna use again. Now, what am I drawing? That's what we gotta figure out next. Is what am I drawing? I'm gonna get my chat back up here. Put this up here. What should I draw? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, ba, 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 ba. I don't know. I don't know. What should I draw? What should I draw? Ooh. Yeah. All right. I got an idea. I've got our next drawing. But I need some inspiration. Okay. Do I have... I think I want to replace one of my colors with another green. But that's okay. Okay. So let's do... We need like 1, 2, 4 layers for a background here, I believe. Furthest trees. Okay, so I'm going to be doing this in layers. So the furthest ones actually need to be like foggy. So I want this to be more of a gray. Right? So we want this. Yeah, we'll do this. And then I want this brush yeah, so I'm gonna do just some branches. You're not gonna see much more than this, so from this layer. So this is the very back one, and that's about, you know, we're trying to make some Just doing some super basic foliage because we're going to be covering most of it, but I want it to have a spot for anything that sticks through. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's our furthest layer, right? And so then our next layer, we want this to be like a brown, but we're going to tile it with this gray. I guess we can do it in gray and tile it in brown, but we're going to do it in brown or tile it in gray. We're going to keep with this. On this layer, I want to do less trees, right? So let me think about this. My front layer, I could do my front layer here first. Front layer I'm going to do is going to just be the overhead foliage and the grass, right? So that's what this is, right? Front. So what we're gonna go and do this layer, and I'm gonna take this, but we're gonna make it a darker one. Okay. And I'm going to create a shape here. But we're going to be doing stuff over top of this, so we're gonna do this real quick, just as a. This is where we're working from. I'm going to grab this green. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, for sure. Hi, Fly. I'm sorry I didn't see your message. How you doing, Fly? Yeah, I'm definitely down to get on Space Engineers. Who knows? Maybe after I do this picture, I'll jump in and... No, I won't do it on stream. We want to make these splotches. No. Oh my gosh. I have to figure out how... Okay. No. Okay. So we start here. I'm using too harsh of a green. Too bright. I need a lighter, softer green. And I need to understand the shape of foliage better. So let's do this. I want to just move this. There's a way to do that, right? Yeah, that's what I want, is that right there. That creates kind of a... Yes! Okay, that's good. So I just have to freehand this some. Be lurking? Yeah, for sure, for sure. I already have the mod list, unless he's added anything since a couple days ago. I already have it downloaded. Yeah, okay, cool. Nope. Yes, but nope. First, I want to do this. Select, invert. Oh shit. Can I just do this? Yeah, okay. And then I want to invert it back to where it was. Select, invert. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then one more, and I want this to be, and back to this, but we want it to be quite a bit lighter. Or maybe this one, but a lot lighter. Yeah, there we go. Well, that was bad. Alright, so I want to actually select, invert. Oh. Okay, we grab this one, and we go back, select, invert. And then I want to go into white. And kind of peek these. And this, and this. And then I want to do a really similar thing on the top. We're going to start with the black layer again. Oh, there's bits here I need to fix for sure. Let's do this real quick. You know, I could probably just do this and get away with it. I just want this to not be one solid piece, so we want to like... And we want the light to be more visible, the lighter bits to be more visible, but we do want some darkness in between it, so... That now looks like some sort of... Let me get this... Fill... Ah, much better. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. I think this is going to look good once I get it done correctly. So I need this to actually be a little bit further down. And then this is a lot more subtle on top, right? Because this is the light coming down through everything, right? So I want this to be more like... Well, I said this... Wrong button. And then one more. Okay, and then go in here, and we're grabbing this dark green. I want a darker green. There we go. So we're just getting a solid color here. I feel like I'm not doing that well enough. I actually want to deselect this. I want this to kind of connect all of these. And let's get the black. We're going to hand draw this part in. And we'll be putting green down further into this here in a moment. There we go. Okay. Can I draw your profile picture? You have an interesting looking little profile picture there. Kind of cute. It's like a angry stick figure man. Maybe. Unless you're asking to commission, and I'm not currently at the point where I'm doing commissions. Supposed to be, yeah. I don't really do a lot with YouTube. I post my VODs there. I was going to do videos there, and I just haven't got them. I am working on uploading, like, editing one, but I mostly stream on Twitch, and I just stream to both. I don't know what my delay looks like on YouTube, but your replies are a little slow, so I'm feeling like my stuff's a little slow today over there. And I apologize for that. Uh-huh. Well, I used to do art for commissions back in 2008 through 2007 through 2011. And then I kind of stopped doing it, and this last year I bought a new tablet and started a new pen tab, the Hue Ion that I'm using right now, and I started doing art again. It's been a while since I've done it on a serious level. But I used to do it on a pretty serious level. I am de-rusting still. I am relearning a lot of the skills I used to know. So it's interesting going back and relearning all this stuff I used to know how to do better back in the day. 3 years, not that good. Well, it's a skill, right? So drawing is a skill. It's something that you have to learn and get better at. So don't ever say you're not good at it. No, you can say you're not good at it. That's not the right way. Just never say you're not going to be good at it, is all I'm going to say. I might not do the whites. I might just leave it like that, actually, and just do a little bit of this in here. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Can I just do it this way? Yeah, that's gonna look better. And then I'm going to go through and I'm going to do some tiling on this. I don't know who all in here, people are in here a lot know what tiling is, but I've got a lot of people who aren't my normal viewers. And so tiling is a technique for pixel art where you create new colors or new shades using your limited palette by tiling or hexing or whatever you want to say. I got better since I used to be able to draw block humans. I mean, hey. The big thing with art is it's a skill, okay? Right? So it's... a skill is not a talent, it's not a gift, it's something we learn to do, right? And so the reason I say don't ever just sell yourself out is short is because you just don't have the skills you're looking for yet. So don't ever just call your say I'm an okay artist. I'm decent. I'm definitely getting better. I'm definitely not where I want to be yet, but I'm getting there. And I'm happy that I have the skills, the knowledge of these skills, because that helps make these decisions on what I'm doing easier. And it also allows me kind of explain what I'm doing. Like I said, we're doing some tiling right now. Of course, I'm using a tool to tile, but all the tiling is, if I zoom in, you can see we are doing a checkerboard of these two different colors to create new shades without introducing new colors, because the art style I'm doing, which is called PC98, has a limited 16 color palette. We've used a lot in these greens, but I'm not planning on using a lot more colors on the actual stuff, so it's not going to hurt anything to be this way. So yeah, the big thing about it is, again, it's a skill, it's something we learn. So as you keep learning how to do more and creative art, you'll learn new techniques. And the biggest thing we have to remember, though, is the more we know, the harder it is to look at our art, right? And not see flaws. And this is something I've had to learn. Is that all these little flaws that I'm seeing aren't necessarily new flaws even. They're just flaws I didn't notice before because I didn't have the knowledge that I do now, right? So there's a lot of stuff that I'm learning as I'm doing this art. And new skills and new techniques that I'm learning, which means it's stuff I can see, but I haven't developed the skills to fix them yet. But it's something I'm working on as I go. And so that's something that's important to remember while you're learning these, is to remember that you're not bad. You don't have the skills yet to fix the things that you're seeing because you've learned something new. But I appreciate it. I appreciate your vote of confidence. Not a small vote of confidence either. I very much appreciate when people are telling me that they like my art. And so what I'm doing here with this tiling is I'm adding more layers of depth to this foreground I'm building. Well, it's not a foreground. It's still background. The furthest forward of the backgrounds I'm doing, I'm making more layers. These white pieces are going to add texture in there, right? So we're adding texture to the leaves without actually going through and individually drawing the leaves. Yeah, so look how we have like all these layers of depth simply by tiling in extra color. I'm going to do the same down here at the bottom too. So we have a lot of very sharp lines here, but we're going to break those up some and add some more depth simply by adding this tiling layer, which helps soften things up a little bit. But since we're still following our hard lines, we're not adding like a full-on gradient. We're not getting rid of our definition. We're just softening it. So yeah, what do you draw? You said you've been drawing for 3 years. If you're still in here, what sort of things do you draw? What are you learning to draw? What are you trying? What do you aspire to draw? What is it that you want to? What's your end goal? What things are you specifically learning? And what style do you like? What sort of things inspire your art? Are you looking to do fantasy art? Do you want to do sci-fi style art? Like, what things inspire you to draw? I draw a lot of fantasy, and I love the PC98 art style, which is again this pixel art that's got a limited 16 color palette. And that's what I like to do because those inspire me. They give me ideas. They make me. It's something I love the aesthetic of, and so it's something I like to draw in. And it's something I enjoy. Add texture sometimes only to digital art. Yeah. Well, so yeah. Tiling. Well, especially tiling is especially specifically important in this scenario, because I am working on something that's got a very low resolution. There's a very small pixel amount, and so that's something that I have to create these layers and depths. I need it, but no, even with physical media, right? We don't use tiling, but we still use hashing. We use what's the other term? My brain is losing terms at the moment. It's like hashing, but you're using dots. And we do the same thing with physical media. So it's not something that we're only doing here in digital. But yeah, it adds a lot of texture in the digital. Humans, like anime characters, very fun, very fun. That would be really cool. That's awesome. If you have any digital renditions that you have shared anywhere, feel free to... Oh, I say that. Let me make sure my YouTube is set up that way. I was going to say, feel free to post a link. I don't know if you can. I need to check my settings in my YouTube stream. I know I have it set up where you can on my Twitch. But let's get in here real quick and look. Settings. Permissions. That's not what I'm looking for. General. I have like old style made up like. Well, you know, okay. So what some important things to know about style, right? Style is a word we use a lot more than it needs to be used, and that's not a bad thing. But focusing on style can sometimes detract. A style is kind of a culmination of the shortcuts that we use, right? It's like diamond, kind of. I didn't mean to say that I have like an art style I made up where the heads are shaped. Oh, cool. Yeah, so So you use a diamond shape to shortcut your chin shape, right? So you're using these diamonds, this diamond point, as a shortcut, so you're not making like the ridges and everything, and that's the shortcut, and that's what your style is. But I want to make sure that you know, in the long run, you don't have to focus on that. Where is my live settings? I want to view channel on YouTube. Do I have to do it here? Live. Currently live. Settings. Community moderation. This is what I want. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. Controls. Comments on. Moderation. Okay. Okay. So yeah, if you have any posts of your art that you would like to share, I just double checked, you can in fact share those. No pressure to do so, but I do like to see what other people have done. So if that's something you want to do, feel free to do so. Have Kara. Don't know if I know Kara offhand. Okay. Now we're going to be adding the middle layers here too. I just wanted to get this so I kind of have a point of reference as to where the top and bottom of my foreground is, right? Again, it's not foreground, that's the wrong term. The foreground of the background, which is a weird sentence, but that's what I'm working with here. Right, okay. View channel, live. Okay, there we go. Now I have that up. But yeah, I'm not familiar with Kara. But if it's something that you can casually share, I have no qualms with that. Where'd my thing go? There it is. Okay, there. I have my chat back up. Alright, so next I'm going to be putting up another layer here, right? So we're working on a brown layer. We're going to be making more trees. Oh, actually, before I do that, let's do this. Let's get our gray again. I want this to be a solid gray. Social media where you can share. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't have that. I do have Instagram. I actually just made the command because someone was asking me about it earlier. So now there's a command on my bot. I don't know if it posts to YouTube, though. I'll have to look at that and see if it actually posts to YouTube. It may only post to Twitch. But it's just, my Instagram is, it sleeps in the day, so that part hasn't changed. It'll be the same thing. Let's do this first. So we want some big honking trees. And we're going to be doing some green tiling into this. So we're using some techniques that use for painting, by the way, here. For like oil painting. Would love to share it, but I don't know how to link a picture and you see it. That's fair. I was meaning if you wanted to link your Kara, if you have a specific one, if you just want to copy the URL, I do have the chat pulled up, so I can pull up the pictures for myself here. I don't like that. That's not going to be it. So we're going to do this. And we're going to get like a grayed out version. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to do. Perfect. I'm gonna do the thing again, actually. I'm gonna use this, and we're going to create... Oh yeah! Oh, that came out beautifully. That's exactly what we're looking for, is that sort of streaking... And then I'm going to put some solid white right in through here after I do this. Yeah, for sure. And I'm not doing solid white. I want solid of this color. And then I want a little bit of solid white in the very center. So just like, bam, that. And then I want a little bit tiling right around this. I don't think I do. I think it looked better. Yeah, just like that. There we go. And we're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to create this kind of jagged sort of texture to kind of give it a bark-like texture. So we want this, and we want to go back to the tiling. How does that look? Yes! Oh, that looks so good. Okay, now I'm going to do the opposite with a darker color along the bottom. You know, I might do... No, we're just going to go with a darker... We can just go with black, actually, for this, for what I'm doing here. Right? And so for this... I just kind of want to make a nice... Yes! Oh, that's starting to come out beautifully. Except for, I just realized I need to do that the opposite way. So let's do this, and we're going to invert this. Select, invert, select. That's not what I want. I want this. There we go. There we go. You should be able to just copy your URL. So if you right click on the, so are you've got it posted to Kara. If you right click and open your image in a new link or a new page, and then the URL and the bar on the top of your browser, you can copy that and you should be able to paste it directly to the chat. Alright, so I'm going to do the same thing here, I think. I think this has been doing really well. So we're just going to do this thing here. Thank you. I appreciate it. So we're going to be doing more here. This is just, we're just making the background right now. I'm planning on putting one more stuff on the foreground too. But I appreciate it. Okay, and now I want to take white, and I want to lower the opacity of this layer to 50, and then I want to do this with it. Except for I don't want it to be that. I want it to be the black. There we go. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Right, so let's return this to normal. Alright. And now we've got like the scene. I'm going to create a creature to stand on it. So out of curiosity, Supercharge, how'd you run into me? Were you just looking for art on YouTube? Or how'd you run into this? That is the link. Okay. Why did it... Hold on. Let me see what happened. Because it should have just posted it. It shouldn't have held it. Let's see. Let me see what happened here. It's not even popping up as a blocked thing, so I don't know what happened to your link. I'll find it though. I just hope other people can see it if they're in here and see the link, because that's the most important part, is that we get to share and celebrate people's works, right? Because, like, you can't create an art community without celebrating all of the artists who want to do stuff, right? Like, that's the most important part of creating an art community. It's not sharing your own art, though that is a nice feature. But it's about making sure everyone who's involved gets to have a chance to share their art as well, if they want. Obviously, we never want to make people do it. But if people are wanting to share their art, it's always important to give them a chance to show off. Because, like, again, there's nobody is, first off, no one's ever done learning how to do art, right? And so that's something we need to always remember, is that it doesn't matter if you see someone's art and you're like, oh, their art is way better than mine, because their art is just way better than yours currently is, and they're also still getting better. And if anyone stops getting better, then they're kind of losing out, because we can always improve. You can be an artist who makes things with realism, right? Like, you could have perfect realism, but you could always learn to do it faster, or your shortcuts can be better, so it's easier for you to make things look more correct. So every time you feel comfortable with where you're at artistically, ask yourself, what is the next step? What can I do next? What can I do to make my art better? And it may not be a technical skill. It may be, oh, I can better imagine things. I can learn new ways to see things around me to make art look better, right? It could be, I can learn new compositional techniques, so things to make it better on a compositional side instead of a technical side. Because, like, you could be the best technical artist, but without compositional skills, people may not like your art. And it doesn't matter if people like your art, but, like, if you want people to like your art, then working on learning those compositional skills are something that's probably worth learning next after you're done. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a lot of things that we do intentionally in art, right? So, like, my piece here has an upper and lower bit, which is blocking in, okay? And it starts about, the bottom is above the third line, 1/3 line. So anything above that is into the 2/3 area, which is a compositional rule, quote unquote. It's not a necessity, it's not a rule that you have to follow, but it means my subject is, if it's above that, it's going to draw your eye better, because that's just how the human mind works. And so those are compositional skills that you learn, right? And of course, since I used to do commissions way back in the day, I had to really learn some of those skills. I don't use them very much anymore because I'm not doing commissions. But it is something that's you learn. And so someone could have perfect technical skill, but they don't have all the compositional skills. And so, you know, that's another thing, is you have to... Art is a skill, and you're always learning more. And if you're not learning more, then you're wasting your potential, because you can always be better. There's always something you can learn, whether it's learning to do things faster, it's learning how to compose better. It's so many options. There's so many things, and there's always room to improve. There's always room to improve. And so, like, even if you're a new artist and you're just now getting into it, there's room to improve for everybody. So someone may be way better than you at the moment as far as you're concerned, but they're way better at the things that you can see. And so the more skills you learn, the more you can see things that they can improve on, and the more you can see things that you can improve on. So these are all things that you should look at if you're trying to get into art. And it's all things that we don't always think about. There's so many things that we take for granted that artists are just good at, right? But like a good artist isn't just good. A good artist is knowledgeable and they have learned their skill. And if someone has a natural talent, what their natural talent is a steady hand or a better job at visualizing what they're doing, right? So like whenever you see someone, you're like, oh, you're so talented. No, most of the time that's not the case. They may learn faster. They may, and things like that, but they're not where they are just because of natural talent. They're where they are because they applied their natural talent to the things that they've learned. So, and any artist can be amazing if you take the time to learn the skills you need to be amazing. And so, yeah, if you're trying to become a good artist, just keep practicing. And, yeah. That's just my 2 cents, of course. But I think those are important things to be aware of whenever especially if you're new. Because, you know, it's easy to compare yourself to people that you think are way better than you. And they're way better than you at specific things, right? And once you learn what those things are, it's easier for you to first off, stop comparing directly to them and start comparing your art to your old art, like what you're doing now compared to what you did 3 years ago, right? As long as you've been drawing on a regular basis, it looks different. And if it doesn't, then you're not practicing the right stuff. It should be getting better in one way or another. Again, whether it's the technical skill, or it's the compositional skill, or it's the visualization skill. Woo! Bless me. So yeah, those are things to remember, especially for people who are just learning how to do the arts. So yeah. And whenever you share your art with anybody, remember, it doesn't matter if they don't like it. If they're not giving you very specific things to work on, their opinion doesn't matter. Because their art, they don't have to like your art for your art to be good. And they don't have to like your art for your art to be bad. Someone could love your art and it could not be technically good, technically skilled. But who cares? If you like your art, then keep doing it. Keep doing it. And eventually you'll find people who like your art style, and you'll find people who like who enjoy specific things about your art. And if people are giving you guff about it, they need to be not just telling you, oh, this is bad. They need to say, hey, this specific thing could be worked on. Like, oh, your anatomy, this part's wrong on your anatomy, you should work on this. Otherwise, what's the point in them telling you, right? Like, what is the point in someone telling you that they don't like something about your art if they're not telling you specifically? And if they aren't telling you specifically, their opinion doesn't matter. Unless it's a commission. Don't get me wrong. If someone is commissioning you, it's important that you go through. But if it's just art that you're doing for the fun of it, if someone cannot give you specifics, then their opinion means nothing. Ad break again for Twitch. Okay, hold on. I see what I did wrong. Okay, so we can fill this stuff back in. What we'll do... Actually, we can keep going further. Pumpkaboo. Okay, let's see. So we want this to have like come from down here and then come up here. Second. I almost said 90 minutes. Definitely not 90 minutes. Let's put some bone spur here. There we go. And then I want to do this. Kind of feel like that's just shape right there, right? Like I don't have to. Okay, let's get this part. So this creature, by the way, is from one of my old D&D campaigns in the setting that I do my one-shots in. Oh my gosh, I didn't post anything about the one-shots again! God damn it. Yeah, so I do on Saturdays. Saturdays at 18 o'clock Central Time, Central American Time. So currently Central Daylight Time. I run one-shot campaign or one-shot adventures, and they are based in a world that I created back in like 2006. And my one-shots are Westmarch style, so you can have a character who is in it gets to be used over and over again, even though they are one-shots. They do not have to be, so it's not a campaign, and that also means if you don't want to use your character in another one, you can just switch characters for anyone who plays in them. It also lets me play with new players on a regular basis. So there's a lot of advantages I get out of this. Okay. So this was, I'll give some lore while I'm drawing him. This was the guardian of the forest. So this creature is a spirit that is an avatar for this forest itself. It's kind of a manticore in that it has like a scorpion tail, but it's got the horns of a black dragon. It's got the head of a wolf. Its skin is like bark, which is something I'm going to have to create here. It's hard like bark. In fact, like stat-wise, if you know anything about Dungeons and Dragons, this creature has a bark skin effect on at all times. It gives them natural armor. So how many colors have I used so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. So I still have 6 colors. I think that should be enough to finish this. So the Guardian of... So there... Okay. Guardian of the Forest is not the only Guardian. There was a Guardian of the Mountain, a Guardian of the Sea, Guardian of the Forest, Guardian of the Desert, and they were all important plot points because they all held onto pieces needed to access a gate to Oblivion. Not Skyrim Oblivion or Oblivion or whatever. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. It was like the literal void of non-existence, because you know, sometimes a D&D game has a universe-ending threat And this one had the embodiment of non-existence, which is weird to say in thought, or like afterthought, that I decided that the boss was the void incarnate, but it is a conscience that doesn't like the existence of anything else, because its life was silent, and then the goddesses of the world came into existence, and years later, Negrelak, which is the name of the void, it woke up because life and existence had gotten so noisy that the void finally awoke. And so the goal was to go open a path into the void to go fight Negrelak in its own realm, which I don't know why anyone would go fight the avatar of non-existence in the realm of non-existence. But, you know, I wasn't a good story writer back then. I was just DMing something that would be some sort of, you know, JRPG level final boss ending. And so that's part of it. But anyways, my players had to find a way to get there. And the goddesses of creation created these guardians as places, things to hold the gates that got people there. It is 21 o'clock right now. 21:10. So no, it's more or less night. It is essentially, yeah, it is night. But if you notice my username, I am a nocturnal individual. I tend to stay. I sleep during the day. Alright, there we go. You like my character? I appreciate it. Also, in regards to art stuff, let's get back to that for a second. Because I'm not showing it off right now. One of the things that I do, or I have done, is I have my own PNG tuber that I drew. Maybe. There it is. So I have a PNG tuber that I drew, thinking of just art stuff. And my brain is in different places with a bunch of different forms. I'm not going to use it right now, but I just wanted to show it off real quick. It's just me, though. You know, it's just me. But yeah, so. But yeah. I thank you. Thank you for the comment on my character, though. I appreciate it. Again, I made this back in, like I said, 2009, so... Alright, so I want... This is color 11. What's up, Phil? So you missed out on the lore dump of this character. I am drawing the Guardian of the Forest from my world, which is a character you have not interacted with any of the times you've been there. It is a character that has to do with some of the backstory, the back lore of my world. This is the Guardian of the Forest. It is a, oh shit. I see that spot. Where did it, the second spot it escaped though? Oh, I see. Okay. Maybe. But I can tell, I can still talk about the lore of it. So, because I haven't told you much about the world's history for the games that you've been in. Because at one point, the literal embodiment of non-existence, so like the void of non-existence, was awakened, and the players had to get access to the realm. Now this again is bad writing, so I don't know if I would do it the same way anymore. But they had to gain access to the portal that led to the literal void of non-existence from these guys, the Guardians. And so this is this is the Guardian of the Forest. It's a very intelligent demi deity, like it's the avatar of the forest itself, created by the deity of the forest, and it guards over a keystone that was used to open a portal. So it's like, it's old lore that people would have the potential to know history wise, so like I don't mind just telling you about it. How does this look? Awful? Better than anticipated. That's about what that should be. Alright, it depends on what you're after. I do have my schedule on Twitch, but I stream 6 days a week. Wednesday through Sunday, or through Monday. I take Tuesdays off. I stream at 6 on Thursday and Saturday. I stream at 7 on Sunday, Monday, and Friday. No, Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then I stream at 8 on Mondays. Yeah. All those are central time. Yeah, so there's actually, Phil, there's multiple. This is only the Guardian from the Forest. There's also a Guardian that lives in the ocean, on a mountain, in the desert, and the plains. And each one has its own gimmick. They don't even look similar, because they were each made by a different one of the goddesses. Supercharge, if you're looking for art, I only do that on Fridays, just so you know. If you're specifically looking for that. The rest of the week is gaming. No! I see it. No. But yeah, so yeah, each of them is very different. Some of them are cliche, like the Guardian of the Desert is a giant worm because it just makes sense, like a Dune style eats everything around it type of worm. The forest one, of course, like I said, he takes on the appearance of like a wolf. He has like this black dragon's horns and a scorpion tail. And they're all very intelligent except for the one of the mountain. And then one of the mountain is technically intelligent, but it's always asleep. So it actually interacts with the party in slumber, which makes it way more dangerous. Unless you have, like, gaze. Actually, yes, it's a giant turtle. It's the size of a full island. In fact, there are people who live on its back that don't even know that it's of any sort of significant importance. And it's so massive, it has like a forest growing on its back. Well, a woodland, maybe not a full-on forest, but like a woodland growing on its back. The mountain one is a giant, like, set of hands that comes out of the mountain itself. It's also got a face, but you can't see it. Like, its face never comes out. A giant hand diglet, something like that. My adventurers, by the way, who were dealing with this, decided the best way to wake up the mountain guardian so they could deal with it and like interact with it was to rip it out of the mountain. So they just, through a series of questionable decisions, rip the side of the mountain off. And so, like, if we ever get to that, there's going to be just a random hole in the side of the mountain. The Guardian is back where it belongs, but, you know, they had to rip a literal chunk of mountain off in the process. So there's just a big area where there's a chunk of mountain missing. Like it just it looks like a crater in the side of the mountain itself. Right? Players come up with creative things. They used form earth, stone to flesh, no, stone to mud. I mean, stone to mud. Form stone or whatever it's called, and an airship with giant metal chains. And through a combination of very creative problem solving, I allowed it after a bit because they came up with a plan that sounded plausible and they rolled well, and so they ripped a huge hole out of the side of the mountain. Quit being sassy, Maverick. We'll take a break in a moment, but quit being sassy. Yes, get a lot of people's attention, yes. Ad break. Ad break. Man, this feels very Neopets looking at it like this in this pixel art form. So this guy, by the way, his skin is supposed to be textured like bark. I just don't know how to do that without making him blend in too much with my background. It's kind of crazy, Phil. Today I've had multiple people chatting from YouTube side. I've had people watching me on YouTube. Oh, hey. Right? Yeah, it's been interesting. I'm glad my chat... Okay, so I found out this right here, right, is fine, because you see this symbol right here, where it says that, and the other one says YouTube. That's apparently perfectly legal right now, according to Twitch's terms of services. As long as I'm not at any point ignoring Twitch over to focus on YouTube. That's the rule. So as long as it clarifies that I can see and I'm able to prioritize Twitch over YouTube, we're good. So I'm going to continue to have my shared chat up there now that I've double checked the wording on the rules. Alright, now I need some white to highlight that this is like a reflective carapace tail. What do you think of the forest in the background? How's that look? Yeah. I agree. Are you streaming anytime soon, Phil? Just out of curiosity. I'm not, like, about to be done or anything, but... always like to know the lay of the land. Nice work, thank you. Late night, early morning. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. So, my goal for this is to make this look like it's an enemy you would encounter in a JRPG, is what this art piece is supposed to look like. So, like, the background is supposed to elicit, like, just... you're in a forest and the game is like, haha, enemy. And then the Guardian here, and then of course it'd be like Phantasy Star where you can interact and talk to the boss with some of your controls. Golden Sun's a good parallel as well. Of course, Golden Sun had a slight different angle for sure. Oh, you know what? Thinking, no matter which one it is, it has another thing it needs. Select. Control Shift I. Okay, whatever. Oh wait, boop. There we go. There's the shadow. It's got to have its circle shadow underneath it. Da 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 da. All right, so we have a whiny dog, so I'm gonna take a little break. I'll feed the cats and stuff while I'm up. We'll be back in 10 to 20 minutes. Um, who would be? Do you want me to do more art, or do you want to see some gaming at this point? Because I could do some gaming as well, since I've done 2 art pieces. But you guys feel free to say something about it. I'll be back in 10 to 20 minutes. More art! Okay, noted. item returned. And yeah, I'm down to do more art. I just know that I'm not going to get the next one done, which is why I was going to give, in today's stream, which is why I was offering to do a game or more art. By the way, since you guys, I already posted it, but this is how this one turned out. I feel like there's a decent amount of movement in this picture. I was really happy with it. Since you guys are here for the beginning of that process, figure you might want to see the end and how it turned out, and that's how it turned out. So where my mouse go? Thank you. Picture. Alright. I know what I'll draw next, since Europe is here. And he likes turtles so much. He likes turtles. I like turtles. We'll draw a really big turtle with a city on its... Well, it's not a city. People living on its back. A small woodland and some huts. Totes are based. Totes are based. I think everyone can agree with that. Hopefully that's a good color. Nope, that's too high up. No, it's not, because we're doing... So I just need to make sure this is above here. Yeah. Oh, my chat. I can't see my cheat. There we go. Now I have my chat back. If you don't like turtles, yeah, my feelings hurt. That's fair. I said Phil. Phil, not Phil. Take a chill, Phil. Something like that. Nope. Croc rock. Ah! Okay. Hello from YouTube. I don't know what the delay is like on YouTube. It didn't seem too bad though, because the guys who've been over there have been pretty decent at being able to keep up. Like, you know, the chat hasn't been to the point where they're like complaining or anything. But I don't know how bad the delay is. Hello from the other side. I must have tried 1,000 times. Tell you. Okay. YouTube is a few seconds after Twitch. Okay. That's not too bad then. I've had people ask me about my opinions of AI today. I've had people tell me my art was really good and tell me that their art was really bad, and got to listen to me rant and rave about how your art's not bad, you just are seeing things because you've learned more. And you need to give yourself a chance to have your skills catch up to your knowledge. So yeah, you missed out on some rants from me earlier today. And almost all of them... No, one of them was on Twitch side, one of them was on YouTube side. So it's been interesting to actually have people on both. I've also had people, not today, randomly find me... that didn't even follow me on Twitch, even though we've interacted on Twitch multiple times in other people's chats, which is kind of funny. Yeah, you missed out a little, but that's okay. I'm sure you can imagine the things I was saying. You've heard me rant and rave before. I'm gonna cheat a little here, so I think I can get away with it. Yeah, I can. I got that pretty close to center. That's awesome. Tea. Bum 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 bum. go. Go. Do, do. Wait, what? Tarantula. Or tarantula. Tarantula. I don't know what that one is. I can. Meow. 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 That's the sound we make when we delete. Meow. Welcome back. You know, I'm really locked in whenever I sit here and just color and don't even make any commentary. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, though. I feel like a jerk whenever I do it.
That's hack
Cheers!
quality
Oh
H2O.
my gosh, is that a carpe? So in the time for me to get tea, I learned a new Japanese expression. Okay, go on.
What's your favorite position?
That's not my water. That is my ginger ale. Let's try that again. Here's my water. Carpe, I didn't know you were still alive. How you doing, man? What's the new phrase you learned, Phil? Kinja time. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm actually. Where did I hear Kinja? Kinja, I heard. I've heard that in reference to something, and I don't remember what now. Anyways, yeah, how are you doing, Carpe? Doing good. I read that out loud even. What have you been up to is more of what I meant by it the second time. How have you been doing in a what's up, friend sort of way? I'm busy with IRL stuff. Fair, fair. Understandable, friend. Well, I hope things have been going well while you've been doing that. Hope your life is somewhat in control, even if, who knows. I don't need to get into it personally or anything, but, you know, I hope that you are here in a situation where life is going at least somewhat in your way. You're you know, going good for you in some way. It's turtling along, you could say. Life is good, but busy. Busy's not bad. As long as life is good, it can be busy all at once. That's the way I look at it. Because, you know, if you're busy, you don't have time to be bored. You don't always have time to enjoy yourself, but if you are having a good time, then being busy is never a bad thing. Ah! Man, now you guys are making me want to go see what's going on in Corgi's art stream or art share. Alright, how are we picking on Acorn? Art share. No. Very cute little fan art there. Is that your daily, or he may not even be in here. Is that his daily journal that he's been doing? If so, that's awesome. If not, that's still awesome. I had to go look. Yeah, it is awesome. Oh, I heard that. What's going on with Corgi? Is he not having a good day? Don't want to do any more on this. I want to get this room. This part's right. But then I have to start drawing trees and stuff. And huts. Oh. He's the band one. Oh. Oh, interesting. Understandable. Yeah, no, I'm not asking you to tell me all about it if he's keeping it to himself or whatever. I respect his privacy. Ad break. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do we need to do some interneting and find out who someone is and make them be no longer a problem? I may not immediately be able to do that, but I definitely know people who can. I mean, not that I would ever know anything like that. That would be potentially illegal to know how to do that stuff. Is Acorn talking about in-game or in general? Because yeah, you can definitely eat mushrooms raw. A lot of mushrooms you can. But I don't know about in-game. I know how to do some stuff like it's been a hot minute. Okay. So they were talking about real life mushrooms. Okay. Welcome back from out of jail. I'm glad to see you free. Now I want something with mushrooms. I want to get some morels. I need to ask people in town who has morels and how much they want for them. But I haven't gone out and got any this year. I haven't gone morel hunting. Yep. They're pretty common here in Missouri, so it's not hard to get them. Nope, I don't like that. Try the brown. Nope, that just makes it... Oop, wrong button. Nope, I think we maybe just go with black here. How does that look? Nope, that makes it look like toxic love happening here. So I guess I need another gray. Oh wait, you know I could do that. How do you like your morels, Bill? Are you a fried morel, or do you like to have baked up and like? It's actually the Ocean Guardian, and it has an island on its back. Because it's so lazy that it kind of just floats around, and it didn't really didn't do anything to stop the people from building onto. This one was actually an interesting one too, because this guy is like this. Convincing the people who live there to let the party interact with it was something they had to deal with. Like, people apparently, you know, in my logic at least, whenever I wrote this bit, don't want you messing with their home, especially if it's a giant turtle that they live on the back of. Saving the homeland. Yeah, exactly. Well, and they don't, the people who live here didn't know that it was some sort of, you know, deity type creature. All they knew was this island housed their huts. So like they didn't even have a context for why these adventurers were coming in. And I always like to try to create diplomatic situations for my players back then. I still do. We also have some interesting situations in this campaign. Like people not realizing, or oh no, because we have airships, right? And you know that you've had airships. And so one of the airships situations, they were looking for a airship that had supplies that were being used by a cult that were trying to bring back Negrelak. And they found a ship with a Nat 20 perception, looking at a specific ship, but you know, they noticed that the flag wasn't quite in regulation position, and they murdered a bunch of merchants. They could. But they didn't know that it was alive because the thing was just a big sleepy turtle that didn't, like, wake up ever. So they could if they had ever realized he was alive. But until people barged in, they actually didn't even realize that he was a living turtle creature. As far as they were concerned, it was just an island that was not hooked to the ground and slowly drifted. I don't even know why I thought about them killing a merchant ship that wasn't following the rules and hung their flag wrong, but that's, you know, not always diplomatic things on my party that ran this world. But sometimes they're also very diplomatic, like I was wanting. And when they did this, they were very diplomatic, so it was pretty good. They were, I think with all the Guardians after, well, besides the mountain one, they did, oh no, that's not true. They also, they just hunted the giant sandworm. Which was funny because Jin Moran wasn't even a thing yet, but they fought it like you do Jin Moran. But that fight didn't exist yet. It did not mechanically act like Jin Moran, though. That is not at all what I wanted. There we go. Jin Moran was such a good fight. We also had a fun situation. Trying to think what the setup for it was. Oh, right. At one point, so they had a MacGuffin character that they were escorting, which was a child that was the chosen one for reasons. And he was an orphan. And so they went to investigate the orphanage to see if they could find more information about where he came from. And in the process, they discovered a drug cartel using the building that the orphanage had been used in. The orphanage itself had been closed. So they were going to break in. And thinking of Monster Hunter is where this comes from, by the way. One of our characters he built his own class, essentially, in that whenever he would kill enemies, he would steal parts of them, and he would eventually, we would come up with it together, create a weapon using resources and the parts that he had stolen, and each one would have a special ability, and at some point he ended up with a trident that had a once per day fireball attached to it. And his character had dissociative identity disorder and had 3 identities, and one of them was lol random Deadpool style, but it was fine because he had to roll a die, and that character only came out at random occasions. And so he rolled that character while they were about to break their way into the orphanage, and so the plan went away, essentially. So they opened the door, and he said, "I have a delivery for you. Happy birthday!" and holds out a cake. I didn't ask him where the cake came from because it was goofy and it was fine and low random, but it was fine. And then underneath the cake, he pulls out his trident from his bag of holding and shoots a fireball point blank, nearly killing himself and burning half the cartel immediately. So that was a fun little event that occurred. Because I like to reward creativity. It was silly, but it was on theme and goofy, but it helped them. There was this moment of chaos. The rest of the party didn't know it was about to happen, but they were used to Neptune's stuff. Put a hole in Celadon in front of the shopping center. What was going on that you kept accidentally saying the wrong city? Because I haven't watched the VOD yet. I don't even know if you've put up the VOD yet, but I haven't watched it if you have. Not yet. But I saw you apologize about it. Anyways. Put to sleep with Sing. They confuse Ray, the guard, between Celadon and Saffron. And lit trees on fire. Oh, good. Oh, good. Small defenseless child, get bent. You're not a Pokemon. You can't do anything about it. Suck Mega Beam. Mega Beam? Hyper Beam. Okay, you put it up. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I'll definitely be watching it then. I haven't watched much of anything in the last week. But I will definitely be checking that one out the rest of that stream. Okay. Noted. I love, by the way, on a sidebar, unrelated to that, I love that you guys have gotten into Q's community. He's such a good guy. Oh! Oh! You know, I didn't think I was going to get this done in an hour, but it looks like I am, because, I mean, there's a little bit more detail, but... Yeah, I have rated him several times. You guys have definitely followed me in a couple times. One point, I rated, he was playing... What was the first one that I rated in on? Star Ocean, with you guys. And then... Or he was playing Chrono Trigger. I don't know which one was first, but I remember I've rated in with you guys on both of those for sure. Star Ocean, okay. Yeah, I remember rating into him on both of those after Phantasy Star on Wednesdays. I just couldn't remember which one it was that I had drug you guys in there specifically. That would have been like the first time. Because I think before that I had rated into him while he was playing Breath of the Wild. But I don't know if you guys were in there for that. You know, this shadow's wrong, but it's too late. I've committed to it. The fire is clearly not cast enough light for it to be something that matters. Boo 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 doo. Ooh, killer tofu. Ooh, killer tofu. I need more allowance, yodel-ee-oo. Why? Because I do. Yodel-ee. I love how with people who have no idea what's going on in Acorn's stream that I'm just randomly singing songs from the beats. And who even remembers the beats from Doug? What was their one unreleased album? Beats me. That's correct! This is my lucky hat. I can't do anything without my lucky hat. It'd be cool to do a full bestiary of my campaign setting with like this sort of thing. But there's a lot of stuff that was been in it. So I don't know if I'd be able to reasonably do it. Yes, The Adventures of Quail Man. What's up, Q? We were literally just talking about you. Did you? Oh, you did. Just popped back in to hear that. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You did hear it. Awesome. I love that. It was a look. Also, the belt for a headband. Loved it. How are you doing, Q? I'm glad you got to hear that. That makes me happy. You're such good people, and I love having people like you in my community, and I'm glad. Okay, so I also remember how I ended up on Q. It was actually because of Reptimus Prime. Rep was the reason that I was introduced to Q at one point. Or Frostbite, one of the two. Either Reptimus rated Frostbite and Frostbite rated Q, or Reptimus rated directly to Q. I don't remember which one. But yeah. Good, I'm glad to hear that. You streaming tonight? I don't remember what your schedule is. I know I ask you like every time you get in here, but I always forget because I'm a jerk. And I just kind of find you when I find you. Alrighty, Phil. Get nice and clean. Saturday, Thursday. Okay. Understandable. My Tuesdays are my me day, so I get it. I get it. You're also Central, huh? I don't know that I realize you're also Central. I just always pop in. Well, Q, since you just got in here. So this is, I'm showing you this other stuff we worked on. First we did this kind of artsy piece. And then we did this kind of game-looking character. That's fair. Yeah, I've definitely streamed on my days off before. And now we're working on the turtle. Oh no, ad's about to start. I'm going to snooze that because I'm about to wrap this up and we're going to end this here very shortly. All right, we're gonna call this one here. This picture is here. Well, Q, since you're coming here at the very tail end, is there anyone that you... Q, I can tell you right now, plateauing is a problem of understanding more than you are. So when we feel like I actually talked about this earlier on stream. When we feel like we're reaching our plateau, we're getting to the point where our mind understands more than we are improving skill-wise at a quicker rate. And so you feel like you're plateauing because you're seeing more mistakes than you're correcting, even though you're actually still getting better constantly. Yeah, all my art assets and stuff are things that I've made, so... these are just practice drawings that I do on stream. So I don't care if they're kind of meh. But anyways, I'm about to wrap, and since you're getting here at the tail end, is there one you would like me to raid into? Also, no, I've got some people I can, but since you're here at the end, I figure I'd give you that option if you do have someone. Been meaning to get back into it as for massive lists, right? Yeah. Also, as a reminder, I'm not saying that you do or don't, but you know you don't have to share art either. Like, I'm doing it because it holds me accountable to do a stream every week to practice. But you never have to feel any pressure to do it for other people too. Okay, that's fine. We will raid... Okay, I'm gonna give you some options. Would you like to see some split fiction? Why are you interesting? I thought you guys already finished that. Anyway, split fiction. Would you like to see Stardew Valley? Those are the two options for the people I have right now. Split fiction or Stardew Valley. I like to give my people options based on who I have up. Actually, yeah. They'll be playing for a while, or he's just starting, so either one. Do 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 do. Ba ba da ba ba dum. Oh. No feed Stardews? Alright, let's go hang out with Acorn. Thank you guys for being part of my evening, and thank you for letting me be part of yours. We've got some hours today, and you chose to spend some of that time with me. Remember, we're all adults. We get to choose when and where we spend our time. You can say you don't have that choice, but you always do. You always actually have the choice. There are consequences, but we still make the choice. So, since you guys spend some of that time with me, know that I thank you. And remember, if someone else spends their time with you, it's always a gift and a choice. So if I hang out with you or whatever, just remember, I'm giving you that, and I am aware of it, and I still choose to give you that time. And don't forget that for anyone else who gives you their time. That being said, tomorrow's Saturday. Ooh, we might do a one-shot. I didn't put information out, so I'm going to do a different type of one-shot if people show up. Or we'll be playing some games of some variety. We'll see. That being said, I hope to see you guys next time. If not, big love. Or, I screwed that up. I hope to see you next time. If not, I understand. Big love, everyone. Bye.